It's been a while. How did it go in Akresha? I heard you and Macpherson connected with someone in Akresha. Looks like you've come a long way. You're a real mercenary now. I've led the Supreme Mercenaries in the mining war under the banner of Bellato. As you can see, we're part of the Infected Land Investigation Team. Vice Captain Mars Gudelj has already left with the Bellatian Advance Party. Since the team falls directly under Bellato, Aqua will be handing out assignments. Check the console for the region data from the Advance Party, and then go see Aquil.
Got the data from the Advanced Party Mars Ascent. Let's go talk to Aquil now.
Good to see you again. Stan did say he was sending an excellent mercenary this way. Did you check the data from the Advanced Party? It's basically a biological disaster. The whole Dorian forest is plagued by a mysterious infection. There's a mineral depot deeper in, but all contact with it has been lost. The infection seems to be interfering with communications, even at short range. Our objective is to identify the source of the infection and neutralize it if possible. Mars Gudelj and Bellatian troops have already deployed squads. Follow-up teams will move out soon, once preparations are complete. However, an investigator we dispatched to collect infection samples hasn't returned. Can you look for him while keeping the wild beasts at bay? His name is Clipper.
Let's take down these beasts before looking for that investigator. Transceiver. It's Clippers. Let's take down the beasts around here first and look for him. something over there. Maybe a bag. The bag was empty and chewed up. There was no blood, so he must have ditched the bag and ran away. We should be able to catch up if we follow the trail from here. The tracks are fresh, so we can't be far. I'll mark a promising spot.
Oh, you're a person. Judging by that biosuit, a supreme mercenary perhaps? I'm fine. I took a tumble while running from the beasts, but it's nothing I can't handle. I was tasked with extracting infection samples from the wildlife. I had to cut it short when they started attacking me. This infection seems to be affecting live beasts too. They've become much more violent. Could you deal with them and help me get more samples? You can upload them to the console. I'll take what I've got back to the base. It might help.
The symptoms of the wildlife here seem to be similar to those of the beasts in Scatty Vale. Let's enter the collected sample data into the console.
You're done already? Those beasts were no joke. No wonder the Supreme Mercenaries are so highly regarded. Guess those stories about your performance in the mining war were spot on. By the way, Captain Aquil is expecting you. Sounds like they're preparing to resume the investigation at the mineral depot.
So you found Clipper. Thanks to your work clearing out the beasts, other investigators made it back safely as well. We examined the infection samples Clipper brought in. The infection rate is definitely climbing. The next team is set to depart shortly, but standard forces won't be fast enough to get results. Could you move ahead and locate the advanced party? Your biosuit will keep you safe from the infection. Alexia took her squad toward the mineral depot. Head there and see if you can find them.
So this is the mineral depot, and the infection level is off the charts. You should be fine with that biosuit. Still, stay sharp. We don't know what might be lurking around. Our first priority is finding the advance party. I'll mark the last location Alexia's signal came from. She should be close. There's a group of nethers crawling around. Take them out before starting your search. Traces around here now. They're not very dense. Seems like these nethers were moving in after the area had already been deserted. Let's take them out and scout the area. Over there. They're still hanging on.
Are you with the second team? And Alexia? Did they get to her? Been better. I'm Deki, by the way, from Alexia's squad. Beyond this point, infection levels surged beyond what our equipment could handle. Monsters kept coming at us. Those cursed infected. If you want to explore further, you'll have to take them down first. I patched myself up as best as I could, but I'd only be in your way. Once I can stand, I'll head back to base and ask Aquil for backup.
These infected seem similar to the ones we saw in Kyrak's laboratory. We'll have to wipe them out first before checking the infection traces. Level here is pretty high. Let's collect more infected samples before heading into the mineral depot. Aquil has made it to the depot. Let's go meet up.
Thanks to you, Deki made it back safely. It's a shame about what happened to Alexia. The second team is pressing on, although progress has been slow. This mineral depot is a prime suspect as the infection source. Our troops will cover the perimeter and the upper levels of the minerals research lab. I want you to take the first level of the lab. Sensors are showing movement inside. I doubt it's a survivor, but check anyway.
This is terrible. The whole lab is overrun by the infected. No signs of survivors either. We'll need to clear them out before we can verify this place is ground zero. There aren't that many, but the space is tight. Watch out! Let's look for the source. Scan the inside. Can you collect a sample of that infected matter? Hold on. I see a dead investigator. I think this person was in Alexia's squad. Since Alexia and Deki were outside, this one must have fled here from the infected. I should let Aquil know we found a fallen investigator. The infected matter you just collected doesn't seem that potent. This doesn't seem to be the source of the infection. We need to push deeper into the Dorian forest. Wait, what was that? That rumbling! Something's coming! Take down the big one first! Such nasty ones. Let's get out of here pronto.
Our search squad was ambushed by the infected. They're everywhere. How are you doing? A fallen investigator. So there were infected creatures there too. We'll handle recovering the body. The site is secured now. We can stay here for a little while. We'll turn this place into a temporary base to support wider search efforts. Some signs of the advance party's movement were found nearby. I want you to follow their trail. Figure out if they discovered something, or if they were fleeing from it.
Let's leave the rest to Aquil and head out. spot with the advance party Trace's Aquil talked about. Those look like the exploration equipment they were using. But the area is swarming with lizards. You'll need to clear them out first before following the advance party's trail. something over there. I think it's more tools of the advance party. I think we're getting closer to them. Eliminate the infected splinters as we continue the search. For more traces. Wait, is that a corpse? I think he was in the advance party. Why did he die here alone? Where is the rest of the party? If it was just the infected, there's no way a team with Supreme Mercenaries would be taken out. Something worse than the infected must be out here. Let's clear the infected in this area and keep digging. They're the soldiers from the mineral depot. They've been infected too. We should give them a merciful end. Toward the southern part of the Dorian Forest. That's where the trail leads. I'm picking up a distress signal. It's one of ours. I'll mark the location.
Are you with the investigation team? Has the follow-up unit arrived? It wasn't the infected. An unknown armed force ambushed us. I barely escaped to this temporary base, but I got hurt in the process. The rest of my team was neutralized and captured by them. Their location? I'm not sure, but there's one place that seems likely. I'll send you the coordinates. You're not planning to go alone, are you? They're seriously tough.
If they're an organized force, they're clearly not wild beasts. How are they staying conscious in this infected land? Who are they? These are nethers. I don't know why, but they must be the ones who took the advance party. We have to wipe them out and rescue the others. Trapped inside over there.
Goodness, I never thought I'd see another person again. I saw the way you fought. Are you a Supreme Mercenary? The Supreme Mercenaries from the advance party has already moved on. They probably think I made it back to the base by now. I was knocked out during the Nether attack and woke up like this. Not sure if they meant to use me as a slave or a hostage. I hope they weren't planning on eating me. Those Nethers should have the decryption key to unlock this cell. Could you find it and get me out of here?
Ready. We can open that cell now.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Romero from the advance party. We ended up getting scattered in the chaos. Mars Gudelj of the Supreme Mercenaries led the others further into the forest. They might have already made it back to the temporary base and could be searching for us. There may be others imprisoned like me. Could you take down the Nethers in the area and look for the other investigators? Send them back to the base.
Just what are they planning to do here?
must be from the follow-up party. Those nethers trapped me in here. Hold on! They booby-trapped the cell. If you just open it, blades will spring out inside. Please take down the nethers over there and get the decryption key.
They must be the ones who set up the trap. Let's take them down and get the key.
Thank you. I was wondering if you just left. At the start of our mission, the situation wasn't this bad. We only saw a few patches of that black substance in the forest. Then all of a sudden, the contamination spread like wildfire. In just days, the whole Dorian forest was swallowed by it. We barely found shelter before the Nethers arrived and locked us away. It's not safe here. I have to get back to the others. Ah, so everyone's regrouped at the temporary base? I'll head over there as well. Thank you so much for your help.
I think we've done enough for now. Let's go back to the temporary base.
You're back. I'm so glad to see you're safe. Mars Gudelt still hasn't returned, and comms are completely down. We agreed to meet here if anything went wrong. Maybe they're still out there exploring. They were likely headed toward the lake to confirm the source of the contamination. Here, I'll share our exploration plans and logs.
Let's go toward the lake. No sign of the advance team here either. Just where did Mars and her squad go? I have a bad feeling about this. A biosuit can only do so much. What if something happened to her? You think so? Sorry. It's hard to stay calm when it's about someone you care about. The contamination here is far worse than what was reported. It's visible to the naked eye. Ordinary soldiers like Romero, without a biosuit, wouldn't have been able to get this far. Or maybe the area got worse after they already moved on. Let's stick to the advanced party's exploration path and follow where it leads. Let's keep searching. Watch out for the infected. If your biosuit gets compromised, you could get infected too. Look! All the beasts around here are completely contaminated! It looks like tar. We should test it. Could you collect a small sample of the water? This isn't a lake at all. This is the infection in liquid form. Anyone who falls in without protection wouldn't even leave remains. Just being near it without a biosuit would be deadly. This level of contamination all but confirms this is the source. I'll send the coordinates to the main unit now. Let's clear out the infected here so other teams can come too. Watch out for their tentacles! Those spikes are aiming for gaps in the biosuit! Out of here. The advanced party's expedition base should be nearby. Even the expedition base is heavily contaminated. Traces of the advanced party. Mars must have been here. Looks like they were ambushed by something. That console should have a log of their expedition. The console is missing its data chip. Someone must have taken it. The advanced party has left this place. Maybe they took the chip after they were done exploring the area. Supplies are still here, but there are signs of an ambush. The infected must have gotten here. If only the data chip were still here, we'd have a clearer picture of what happened. Still, if anybody or the chip is nearby, we should be able to detect them. Let's keep looking while taking down the infected around the lake. Let's scan the area. One more time over there. There! I see some tools from the advanced party. This equipment shows signs of recent use. They must have been in a rush. From here, their tracks split off in several directions. They scattered, Maybe after being attacked by the infected. It's not like they were under-equipped. So if they couldn't fight back, whatever they encountered must have been overwhelming. Let's keep following their trail. Fortunately, the contamination levels seem lower this way. The wild beasts here aren't as badly infected. Tracks. Let's keep moving. Be careful. Those beasts could wipe out the trail. See signs of combat. Looks like they were totally overwhelmed. No sign of the advance party, but their traces are all over here. We should at least recover their expedition logs. The data should be on a data chip with a tracking beacon. It should trigger if we get close enough. I picked up a faint signal earlier. I'll go after the signal. You deal with the Nezads in the area. Eliminating the beasts here should make the search easier. Data chip here on purpose so it could be found easily. Let's head back to base and decrypt the contents. Looks like Aquil is here too.
The contamination here is quite intense. Troops in full protective gear are combing the area. We found a few advanced party members on the way here. They're exhausted but safe. They were talking about a particularly strong infected creature. I guess you haven't come across it yet either. That said, Vice Captain Mars Goodelge isn't anywhere to be seen. Have you found anything? A data chip? From the advanced party. Looks like it's got holographic recordings. Use the console over there. You should be able to play their holograms.
Insert it there. The hologram will start.
Was that Vice Captain Mars Goodelge, surrounded by the infected? There were a lot of them, but a supreme mercenary wouldn't have fallen that easily. Could that be the powerful infected creature the survivors mentioned? On our way here, we did find signs of combat here and there. We thought you had left those traces, but now I wonder. I'll send you the coordinates. Move quickly. We'll recall our forces and rendezvous with you.
Was Mars fighting all by herself? We need to find her now! I see some infected. Take them out! There! Mars is on the ground! She's barely breathing. Her biosuit is damaged, but the life support kicked in. I'll let Javier and Aquil know that we found her. There's a message saved in her biosuit. I'm playing it now.
If you're hearing this, then I've probably already fallen to it. It's unbelievably strong and fast. Our entire team couldn't even fight back. I managed to get a few people to safety. But now, I'm just stalling for time. Still, I found a big clue about it. There's an arcane core, hidden in the Black Lake at the forest center. The infectious substance is pouring out of it constantly. The contamination is too dense to detect it from the outside. You have to go into the lake itself. That thing draws infection straight from the arcane core. I don't know what it used to be, but it's beyond anything we've seen. If you're hearing this, act fast. Otherwise, a second outbreak will happen.
So, an arcane core is the root of the whole infection spread across the Dorian forest. We have to secure that core. I'll send Mars's coordinates to Aquil. We need to hurry. With the whole forest already infected, a second outbreak will be catastrophic. She said the arcane core was in the Black Lake. Go! No more hostiles. The lake is just up ahead. This core is totally contaminated. What do we do now? At least your rover seems to be stabilizing it. At least it's not leaking infectious matter anymore. We should get Mars back to the base. Let's go.
The contamination level of this lake is unreal. It's like a swamp straight out of hell. Thanks to your fast relay of coordinates, we were able to rescue Vice Captain Mars Gudelj. She's being transferred to a secure facility. We've arranged for the top medical team in Bellotto City. She hasn't woken up yet, but the biosuit is doing its job. She should recover soon. If all goes well, she'll be back on her feet before long. We should get out of here too. Just looking at that swamp feels like it could infect you.
Looks like there's no more danger. Let's go. We should return to the base and assess the situation.
We found the rest of the expedition logs in Mars Gudeld's biosuit. The data is badly damaged, but we should be able to restore it over time. That said, I heard you located the source of the infection. What's the status? Is it resolved? If the infection's no longer spreading, that's a relief. The equipment from Akresha is doing its job, slowly clearing out the infection. It will take a while, but the Dorian forest might one day return to what it used to be. Javier has gone up to the raider base in the mountains. He seems to have found a clue about the group responsible for the outbreak. The raider base has been shut down for a long time, but if we reactivate it, local calm should be restored. You should be able to reach it quickly, with a hyperline at the edge of South Dorian Forest.
Sounds like Javier found something too. Let's head to the radar base and see. Javier.
Come on in. We have a variety of tech chips to assist you on the battlefield.
Quality goods, fair prices. That's our motto.
There you are. I heard you rescued Mars Goudelch. Good job. They're preparing to send a full battalion into Dorian Forest. This time, it will be a cleansing mission. I heard you retrieved the infection's source. What was it? An arcane core hidden in the Dorian Forest. I've heard of a similar contamination outbreak at the Anacade Research Complex, happening after the Karens passed through. In your opinion, are we dealing with the same phenomenon here as back then? In that case, the Karens are very likely involved again. I've been tracking the group behind the spread of the contamination. Akresha is watching this case closely as well. They've even sent military support this time. Let's restore this base's systems and get in contact with Aquil.
Let's scan the base to identify the systems that need to be restored. Recalibrating the antenna over there should help. Activating the signal repeater should bring everything back online.
Ah, connection established. You're at the radar base, right? We've partially restored Mars Goudelch's expedition logs. There's something you need to hear right now. She compiled security logs from various bases and identified who visited the forest before the outbreak. Who do you think? I'm sure you guessed it, the Karens. Finding the arcane core at the Black Lake wasn't a coincidence. Following the trail of those Karens led us there. The footage is grainy, but I'd never forget that massive brute from the Anacade Gate. We'll continue working with the Supreme Mercenaries to hunt down those behind the outbreak. We're planning to circle around and widen the search all the way out to Galio-sunken lands. The scale of the infection is bigger than expected, so it'll take some time. Hold the line on your side. See you then.
That's Camille. We met back in Akresha.
It's been a while. Do you remember me? Camille Lorgana. I helped you back in Samora Wasteland. I heard you made it to Akveron and even met Macpherson himself. I didn't believe it at first, but after learning what you've been through, I'm convinced. I'm glad to be the one delivering this gear to you. I'm sure you've seen the launcher Big Bass was using in Samora Wasteland. It's not the biggest model around, but it's a prototype with some cutting-edge tech. It works like an MAU, but since it's mountable and fires automatically, there's no need for a pilot. Normally, launchers are restricted from leaving Akresha. But for you, an exception has been granted under limited authorization. Now, use the terminal to download the blueprint.
Wow, they're giving you a launcher? That's so generous of them.
heard you went out to Dorian Forest. Are you alright? I was actually the first to notice the contamination there. I did warn the Belatian folks there. But it didn't seem that serious then. So, what happened? That bad? That spread faster than I thought. The Karens did it for sure. They're misusing the relic's power. A contaminated arcane core. I suppose washing it with water won't help. If we had some holy stones, purifying it would be easy. There might be some left in the Ghent mine if you're lucky. I'm far from there at the moment, meeting with Korans actually. They're becoming wary of Karen's movements too. Now is the time to work together. I'll join you as soon as I wrap things up here.
I see that comms are back online. Well done. This base needs a bit more cleanup before we can fully operate from it, but I'll handle that with the other mercenaries. I heard about Mars Gudelge's logs, so it was the Karens. Their trail heads up into the mountains. We'll need a thorough sweep of the range to stay on their trail. To Ghent mine. That's perfect. I'll send the others to cover other areas. Like this radar base, Ghent mine has been decommissioned. Most of the equipment should still be there, but reactivating it won't be easy. Fastest path is through Cauldron Hill, but it's become toxic with gas eruptions. Could be connected to the infection of the forest. Clear the beasts and check the vents. Depending on the level of toxicity, we may need to quarantine the area. Once we finish setting up this base, we'll expand our search as well.
Look at these beasts. Looks like no one's passed through here in ages. Below the hill, too. Over there. Let's scan it. Indeed, the sulfur gas readings are off. Let's check the toxicity at the vent. Oh, the level of toxicity of the gas is pretty high. There's no sign of infection, but it's still dangerous to humans. I guess hunger isn't the only reason for the poor condition of the beasts. I want to analyze them. Can you take them down and gather some samples? Start with their skin tissues. Not well. I want to check the symptoms further. Teeth so I can analyze their structural strength. Wildlife here directly. I want to look at their blood too. Please collect some. Now I see why the beasts keep swarming here. There's a hallucinogen in the gas. There should be a refinery nearby. We'll have to search further in. Hold on. I'm picking up a drone signal. It's a distress call. This isn't from the investigation team. Let's go check it out. It's coming from that way. Whose drone is this? Let's scan its flight path. Its logs indicate it came from this direction.
Am I seeing things? Are you a mercenary? In a biosuit even? I'm Riders, a miner. I was on my way to the radar base to restore the comms system. I sent out a drone first, but the signal got cut, so I've been stranded here since. Did you come from the radar base? It's been shut down for ages. Is it open again? Oh, does that mean comms are back online? I guess I don't have to go to the radar base anymore. About Karens and Holy Stones. I've never heard about Karens, and as for Holy Stones, I honestly can't recall the last time I even touched the stuff here. Well, maybe there might be a little left. The mine itself is closed off, but the old mineral smelting facility still has people around. A few miners from Crag Mine took shelter there when the war broke out. If you help me go back and join them, I'll return the favor by helping you find some holy stones.
So, there are still people in the mine. I'll report it to the investigation team. We need to clear out these beasts so riders can move safely.
You found a miner on Cauldron Hill? I mean, Get Mine is just beyond it, but it's been closed off for years. Didn't expect anyone to still be there. Make sure he gets to safety. He's a Belatian citizen after all. Nothing concrete so far. This area is so remote that gangs have taken over, slowing us down. I heard there is gang activity near Cauldron Hill too. You better watch your step. Those gangs would pose a real threat to any miners out there.
What are these gangs after? Let's take them out and see if there are more miners around here. Over there.
I saw you fighting from a distance. Are you a Cyan mercenary? As you can see, I've been stuck here because of those gang thugs. A good friend of mine went to the radar base and didn't return, so I came after him.
His name is Riders. Did you come across another miner on your way here? Oh, that's great news. Then I should get back as well. But I'm feeling dizzy. The gas refiner here must be malfunctioning. Could you take down the gang members? I'll try to go around them.
Let's clear out the gang so Hank can return safely. These goons seem to be intoxicated by the gas. Gas vent over there. Let's take a closer look. Scan the vent. The toxic gas covering Cauldron Hill is coming from the vents in the mountains. This should be filtered by a gas refiner, but the gas is raw. The refiner's not working. I bet the gang disabled the refiner on purpose to exploit the hallucinogenic effects of the gas. Let's take them down and look for a way to reactivate the refiner. They're completely deranged. Watch out.
Hey, you're still around. On my way to the radar base, I noticed the gas being thicker than usual, so I thought I'd check before going back. I guess the whole refining facility is down. Those gang thugs must have done it.
You'll need to get both the gas refiner and the pressure pump running. The refiner can be restarted from the console. The pump is a bit farther out. I'll give you the coordinates. I'll make my way back to Ghent Mine while you handle that.
Let's restart the gas refiner first. You should take down the gang members in the area before heading to the pressure pump. Pressure pump.
Looks like the gas refiner there is working again. I got an alert through the radar base. We found some miners here too. They don't know much about the contamination or the gangs. They're just ordinary civilians. They say the Holy Stone vein dried up, but they were still mining other minerals. Still, with all this gang and gang presence, this area is unfit for habitation. We'll need to find a way to ensure their safety. In the meantime, be on guard. The gang's bound to retaliate now that the refiner's running. I'll stay in touch as we keep investigating.
Let's wipe out more gang members so they don't go after the refiner again. Blocking the path to get mine.
seriously strong, taking down that horde of beasts so quickly. Thanks to you scaring them off, I had no problem getting back. Ghent Mine is just up ahead. It used to be a major operation. Now it's just ruins. After the holy stones dried up, the decline was inevitable. There were still decent ores coming out of here, until recently. But now, it's just gangs and drifters around here. Could you scout out the mining site? There might still be survivors or resources.
This used to be a holy stone mine, but I'm not detecting any of it now. Let's take out the nearby Ferengies first, then check the mineral deposits. Let's see if any of it is holy stone. Nope, there's nothing here. Let's take out more Ferengies and keep looking. check. This is a recorder. It's badly damaged, but I think we can still hear what's on it. Must have belonged to a miner. Possibly a colleague of Ryder's. Let's listen to it.
The gas. Gangs everywhere. Can't explore anymore. Heading back. Brulocks. Supplies to the gang. Barely holy stone ore. Lost. But at least I'm alive. Those bastards, the Belatian army. Wipe out someday.
Sounds pretty angry. Did you catch that? Holy stone ore? Let's take out the nearby gang and see if we can find that holy stone ore. I'm picking up a light, holy energy reading from these goons. They may be carrying small fragments with them. Must all be after the orange. That deposit over there. It would be really nice to find even a little bit of holy stone. Let's go back to Ryder's and give him that recorder we found earlier.
You're back. Did you find anything? This is a recorder of my colleagues. They were returning to the mineral smelting facility. Good to know they're safe. We should head to the mineral smelting facility too. Another friend of mine is still around here. Could you tell him to go back too?
You must be really strong to make it through all those beasts and gangs. You're really incredible. I managed to find some food, too. This should be enough to feed even the drifters. The drifters? They're folks who came up from below the mine. Since the mine is closed off officially, I think they were just looking for a shelter from the rain. At first, I didn't welcome them, but they're Beladians too. Turns out, most of them were Belatian engineers. They stayed here for a while and even handled some of the comms equipment. But that all got destroyed when the Lydians attacked. If you want to check or fix the comms equipment, you should talk to Burlox.
We should talk to the drifters.
Ah, are you with the gang? We're not miners. We have nothing. Are you a mercenary? Are you helping the miners? We were told this place was shut down and abandoned. But when we got here, there were gangs, robots, and even miners still here. All my friends got scattered. If we could just get the comms back online, maybe we could reach each other. I may not look it now, but I still know my way around machinery. If you can scrounge up the parts, I'll fix the comms equipment here. Restoring comms should help my friends find their way back too. You're back with the parts. Thank you. We don't have power. If we can get our hands on any kind of energy source, I can bring the transceiver back online. That would help you and the miners too. Please take out the Lydians nearby and collect energy sources. They've been hoarding all the available energy for themselves.
Let's take down the gang and get some energy sources.
Thank you. This should be enough. I'll fix up the equipment in no time. The lower base still holds a small reserve of holy stone ore. Take it to the miner's base, and they should process it for you.
I see a mineral deposit over there. Deposit over there. To get the smelter at the base up and running to refine it.
Have you come from the other
Let's
side?
talk to the miners first.
Did you see another miner by any chance? Oh, so you've met Riders. I've been worried about him. Looks like the others are slowly making it back. We've been miners all our lives. We didn't realize how dangerous those gangs really are. If you take them out, it'll make the road to the smelter much safer.
Holy stone or not, these thugs attack anything. Watch out. be after the ore as well. Wipe them out. All the way to the mineral smelting facility.
You're amazing. You made them look so weak. They'll think twice before picking a fight with us again. I don't have much to offer, but would you take this raw ore? It's a piece of holy stone ore from back when the mine was still running strong. It's got a pretty high holy stone concentration. Keep going just a bit farther, and you'll reach the mineral smelting facility. It's just us miners and some homeless drifters. But if we pull together enough pieces like this, we might be able to forge a piece of holy stone.
Thanks to you, we can move around the mine safely now. We miners will head to the smelter first. Please make sure nothing follows us from behind.
Facility.
Are you the mercenary who saved the miners? Thank you. My colleagues owe you their lives. We should have left when the closure order came down.
but we were afraid of being shipped off to Crag Mine, right into a war zone. If there's anything we can do for you, name it. What do you need? Holy stone? Looks like you have a piece of raw ore there. Hard to say how much you could get out of it. The smelter's been inactive for a long time. We'll need working parts and batteries. Not sure how much is left out there. I'll give you a list of the parts we need. You can look for them over there.
We should be able to salvage compatible pieces from scrapped robots. I see some old smelter components dumped in that scrap pile over there. Check those battery packs and see if any of them still hold energy. Found all the parts we need. Let's go back to Quadros.
Looks like you've brought plenty of fuel and parts. But we don't have that much of the raw ore of Holy Stone itself. What are you going to do with it? Cleansing contamination? I'm not sure you'll have enough Holy Stone for that. Refining Holy Stone doesn't take that long. Just give me a bit. Could you check on the others while you wait? They must be exhausted. They might not even realize how bad they've gotten.
For a closed-off mine, there sure are a lot of people here. While there is no imminent danger, we'll need more support. I'll reach out to Javier. They all look tired, but nothing too alarming.
I saw Inez's report. So, there were people at the mineral smelting facility too. We might have missed that because of the comms outage. With so many gangs around, we can't just lead them out of there. I'll contact Bellato and request food and personnel. We've spotted Karens on our end, had a few engagements already. Now we're following their trail beyond the mountains. I update you again once I get a better grasp of the situation here.
Holy Stone refining is done. I added what little was left, but it still isn't much. Not sure if that's enough, but you can take it now. Generally, Holy Stones aren't used by themselves. But you said it's for cleaning contamination. Well, hold the Holy Stone close to it. Did it work? That little bit was enough to cleanse it? Amazing. We're the ones who should be thanking you. I heard Bellato City's sending backup too. It's all thanks to you. Been a while since I actually enjoyed working with minerals. I'm going to rest now.
How did it go? Were you able to cleanse it? That's great. We're headed your way now. We're a bit out still, so it will take a while. But I'm traveling with a Koran warrior, so that should help. Keep tracking the Karens. Also, you should report to Arca.
So you managed to get some holy stone and cleanse the core. That was a wise move. The contamination spread by the Karens is particularly weak to holy stone. But it only worked because you used it on an arcane core. Once a creature has lost its mind to the infection, even holy energy cannot save it.
The Karens intend to spread this contamination and reduce all life on Novus to mindless infected. Their true objective is the complete destruction of Novus, the remnants of the arcane, and the fall of science. Stay vigilant. The Karens still have more arcane cores.
All done over there? Bellato City is sending a relief team to look after the people. Now it's your turn to regroup with us. Head to Galio's sunken lands, and you should see our base. I'm sure you can see for yourself even from there. The situation is bad. The spread of contamination this far must be what left the miners stranded. We'll talk more once you're here.
Let's head down to Galio's sunken lands. Sounds like Javier has already set up a temporary base. That Supreme Mercenary seems to be waiting for us.
That biosuit! Are you a Supreme Mercenary? I've been waiting for you under Captain Javier's orders. Your reputation precedes you. It's an honor to finally meet you. Of course I do. You rescued stranded comrades in the mining war, and took down hundreds of Akresh's Mech units and Koran battle priests on your own. You also charged through arcane ruins, swarming with monsters alone. Fought the Holy Stonekeeper, and protected the Operator. You're an inspiration. You're simply amazing. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ramble. Captain Javier is setting up a temporary base in the center of Galio's sunken lands. Aquil is here too, but it's unlikely we'll see more Belatian troops. The contamination level is pretty high here. If you want to reach Captain Javier, you'll need to fight your way through the infected nearby. I'll continue my sweep here and meet you there shortly.
Must be a rookie mercenary. Cute. Sounds so smitten with your work. Let's deal with the infected ahead and go see Javier.
There you are. I'm guessing you saw the state of things on your way here from the mineral smelting facility. The contamination has eaten away at everything. This used to be a wide open plain. I took an early look around, and it's nearly as bad as Dorian Forest. We won't be able to move out right away. We need to get a better lay of the land. At least your experience in Dorian Forest should give us an edge. Go see Aquil.
Hi there. I've been briefed on what happened. Our troops will head out to rescue the miners at the mineral smelting facility. Like Javier probably told you, this area is just as heavily contaminated as Dorian Forest. Unfortunately, Beladian troop gear isn't up to the task of getting through this mess. The Supreme Mercenaries in biosuits are the only ones doing recon here. But you saw them, didn't you? Most of them are fresh recruits. The veterans were sent off to the mining war. Then there's what happened to Mars Gudelj. Even with the biosuits, the rookies probably can't handle a real emergency. I suppose this search operation is their chance to get real field experience. Find the ones currently out on patrol, and get a read on the situation. With communications spotty, it's hard to get a clear picture of what's happening with each other.
I'll scan for Supreme Mercenary signals nearby.
Greetings! You're broadcasting Supreme Mercenary credentials? I don't believe we've met. Are you a new recruit? Oh, you're the one who's been on extended external deployment. Nice to meet you. Chris mentioned something about an amazing visitor. Now I see what he meant. Are you here to back us up? We've nearly wrapped up scouting this area, but haven't seen anything unusual. At least nothing related to the Karens. If you plan to explore further, beware of the creatures spreading infection. I'll push ahead and keep reconning over there.
To move in further, we'll need to take care of the nearby Nezads first. Spotted. They're closing in. Clear them out so we can search the area. Another core, but there's a lot of noise. Looks like they used a contaminated arcane core here. Let's go back to Javier and report this.
Infected creatures are spotted all over Gallio sunken lands. This is clearly more than just a recon mission now. Our units are scattered and tracking energy signatures to pinpoint the contamination source. With this level of infected activity, fighting is inevitable. The new recruits may not be able to handle it on their own. I want you to assist them.
Let's head to a different area. We should come across another mercenary.
Hello there. I've been waiting for you. It's a pleasure to be working with you again. I've been measuring the contamination levels here. The readings here are much higher than where we met last time. But the infected are interfering with my readings. It's not just animals anymore. Some of them used to be human. This area is remote. There shouldn't have been any civilians out here. Just where did all these infected come from? Regardless, I'm excited for this joint up. If you can take care of the infected nearby, I'll keep scanning. There's a drone launcher set up deeper inside. Once the coast is clear, activate it when you're ready.
Chris was right. These infected are wearing Koran attire. I mean, we are close to the Koran border. But how did they get this far in their condition? Drone launcher now. We'll need to clear out the infected nearby. The drone can explore without interference.
drone returned safely with a full scan of the area. From the look of things, these infected were purposefully brought in. Just from a basic count, there's an overwhelming variety of types present. I've never seen such a diverse mix outside of the mining war. I just wonder what the Karens are doing. At any rate, our priority right now is to pinpoint the contamination source. I'll keep scanning for it. In the meantime, do what you can to thin out their numbers.
Let's clear out the rest. If we ignore them, they'll carry the infection further. Another arcane core signal from that direction. We just keep finding traces without the actual core. Could somebody be moving it?
Contamination levels in this area seem mostly consistent. I don't think there is a direct contamination source here. I'll notify you right away if anything turns up.
Looks like those after this land have reached this area. They're probably planning to take over once it's been abandoned due to the contamination. They don't seem to be spreading the contamination themselves, but they're slowing down our members' investigation. Find a rookie named Aiden, check in with him, and provide support. I'll let him know. If you come across an arcane core or any Karens, contact me right away.
Hello, there. I heard you were coming. Just ahead, a hostile group is trying to lay claim to this land. Captain said to avoid conflict, but they're making it rather hard. They're aggressive by nature, and the numbers are in their favor. Could you clear them out? I'll focus on tracing the contamination source. I don't think the source is here. Oddly enough, every zone is showing nearly identical readings. It's starting to look like the contamination level is being managed on purpose. Otherwise, the region should already be completely overrun. Unfortunately, our equipment can't detect anything more than that. Maybe a rover can reveal more. You'll need to deal with the nearby hostiles first, though.
Clear out the surrounding threats so we can search further inside. Over there. Looks like it was attacked. I've pulled its activity log, so let's clean up the area and move on. Arcane core signal over there as well. Another bust. Let's go back to Javier for now.
keep picking up an unknown signal in the area. It feels similar to that time when the Holy Stonekeeper emerged. Aquil's troops and I will stay here to secure the base. You regroup with Chris.
Chris just sent an emergency alert. Something must have gone wrong.
Oh, hi. I'll live. The biosuit kept me from the worst of it. I was ambushed by Karens. They were strong. There weren't that many. But the big one, he's on a different level. Be careful. We should call for backup.
Go now. The others will look after Chris. Karens are using an arcane core to spread the infection. That must be the one Chris was talking about. Watch out!
Hey, are you alright? Did we come too late?
The arcane core was destroyed, but the Korans may be able to do something. They've managed to restore one after an accident. If you come with me, the Koran priests won't object too much. This is Kirill, one of the Koranites. Is this your first time meeting a Koran?
Greetings. I'm Kirill Everun of the Knights of the Light of Korsha. Are you a colleague of Pero? Then we likely share the same mission. For now, let's get out of these sunken lands. The stench is unbearable. Our airship is stationed nearby. I'll send you the coordinates. Meet us there.
Javier and other
What's happening
mercenaries
here?
are here.
That Koran
Let's bring them up
doesn't
to
seem
speed.
like an enemy. The arcane core was destroyed, and you have to go to Korsha to restore it? So now we're working with Korra, too, after Akresha. I suppose it's only natural for the three factions to cooperate since the whole Novus is at risk. Still, even with Pero along, a military unit of our size would put a strain on Cora. We'll stay here to wrap up and pursue Karens from a different front. You go with Pero to Korsha. Just call us if you need backup.
Shall we get going then? Hop on the airship.